Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Depot Bay, Oregon. My name is Luke. I'm Park Ranger of Oregon State Parks, and I want to welcome everyone to Day 3 of our Spring 2022 Whale Watch Week. This live stream is brought to you by Oregon Parks and Recreation Department and the folks that run the Beverly Beach Management Unit. Thanks to all of those folks. If you're just joining us, we've had a pretty slow start to our Whale Watch week so far. Monday was a little rainy and foggy and just made it very difficult to see out over the water. Yesterday started off foggy. It became a very nice day. By the time we were done at about 2 o'clock yesterday, it was in the 60s over here on the coast, and it was like summertime. All of the parks were full and people were flying kites and enjoying the beach. It was very nice to see a lot of folks over here taking advantage of the nice weather. And now today we've got actually much better viewing conditions than I had originally thought we would get. It's pretty good light right now. The ocean is pretty calm. We do have some gray cloud cover, and there are some 5 to 6 foot swells out here, kind of big waves we have to kind of look over, but all in all, it is not bad. We are supposed to have a little bit of weather move through later today, so hopefully we don't get too much rain on our windows here, but yeah, it should be good. It's another beautiful morning here on the coast, and just again, it was really nice to see a lot of people out enjoying all the different parks and campgrounds last night. There's even people in shorts and t-shirts. I was like, whoa, what is this place? So last night I did make it out to one of our viewpoints down near Yachats. It's just south of Newport, about a half an hour or so. And it took about 5 minutes, and sure enough, there was a whale just right in the middle of the ocean, kind of right where I would expect to see them. About halfway out from there, so it was about 1.5 miles or so from shore, maybe closer, maybe a mile. So there are whales around. We just have not been lucky enough to get one on our cameras here for everybody yet. I did spot one from here yesterday with our binoculars, but it was so far out on the horizon that I was not able to capture it here with the streaming equipment. So hopefully today will be more successful than the last couple days. I did tell that whale down in Yachats, I said, hey, I know this little place called Depot Bay. You should go up there tomorrow morning. People would really like that. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It should be good. Again, it's just another beautiful day here on the coast. And I am excited for the next 4 hours or so. We'll be bringing you this live stream, looking for gray whales, and anything else cool that swims by, and we'll try to get a view of it and talk about it. So I think later today I will bring the cameras inside the visitor center again, and on Monday we did a little lesson all about gray whales, kind of their anatomy and behaviors, a little bit about the migration. But I'll bring the cameras back inside the visitor center probably about 1 o'clock again, and we'll do a little interpretive lesson about the different species of whales that we see from here throughout the year. And so I have a couple new things I'm excited to share with everybody, and some of these models really kind of help put everything in perspective when we're talking about the size of these different animal species. So yeah, that'll be fun. About 1 o'clock we'll do that. I've got the camera right now pointed at our half-mile buoy. There's some sea lions kind of hauled out on there. There's a big blonde one right in the front. That's a stellar sea lion. It's a species of sea lion that's a little bit bigger than kind of your standard California sea lion. And those stellar sea lions are usually a lighter color too, that kind of blondish color sitting right on the front of the buoy. And there looks like there are some California sea lions and maybe another stellar or two on the back of that thing there too. So yeah, those stellar sea lions, they can be between anywhere like 600, 800, 1,000 pounds. They are big animals, and so kind of puts that buoy in perspective a little bit. I have watched two of the smaller Zodiac whale watch boats go out a little bit earlier this morning. They went quite a ways out, but I just saw one kind of moving quickly and then stop. So let me see if I can get the camera able to see where these folks are. Let's see if they've maybe spotted something out there. That'd be nice. Good way to start our morning here. See if I can find the boat. Oh, I've already passed it. It's back here. Sorry about that. There it is. It's very tricky to see that gray boat in the gray water with the gray clouds today. But we are looking for some gray whales, and so hopefully we'll be able to spot a spout or a blow from one of these animals, and this will be a great start to our morning. So, all right. Well, let me turn off the microphone for a little bit and focus on the camera. It's great to see everybody here again this morning. We got a bunch of folks joining already. Stay tuned, everybody, and we'll be back in a little bit. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We're trying to keep up with this little whale watching boat, but they're so far out there, it's really tricky to see. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom kind of back out here, give a little wider shot until we can hopefully get a whale in a little closer. So yeah, if you're just joining us, it's actually not terribly foggy here in close to shore, but yeah, as we get out and look several miles away, the camera just has a tough time seeing that far away. But yeah, hopefully it'll be a nice morning here. We are supposed to have a little rain come through around lunchtime, so hopefully we can spot something here before then. Looking at the chat real quick, we've got lots of folks here. Good morning, Chris and Roadwing and Gary and Alice. Good morning from Utah. And oh, I've got somebody new here. Welcome, Sea Lion. And hope everybody's enjoying the feed so far. We've got a few little oyster catchers down in the tide pools below us. That's the loud noises you were hearing a little bit ago, the kind of peeping bird noises. And maybe after a little while, when they calm down, we'll take a look at them. While we're waiting for some whales. So, and Lisa says, "Hi, I'm from Oregon. Where is this located?" So, Lisa, we are currently in Depot Bay, Oregon, and so it's just kind of smack dab in the middle between Newport and Lincoln City. So, yeah, this is a beautiful state park visitor center, and we're happy to be reopening here in just a few weeks. I think our target date is April 13th, and then we should be open Wednesday through Sundays for the rest of the spring, and then usually around Memorial Day weekend, kind of the end of May or early June, we will switch to being open 7 days a week. If you do want to come and see us, please do check out the website before heading over. We're still kind of based on staff availability, kind of trying to figure out the best hours that we can be open to get folks in here to look around. If you want to check out that website, it's stateparks.oregon.gov, and you can find us there pretty easily if you click on the Things to Do tab. There's a whole section dedicated to whale watching. So yeah, it's people like to go whale watching, and so it's a lot of fun. We were looking back some of the archives the last few days, myself and a lot of folks would remember Ranger Peter. He's still here too, and he's doing some other work the last couple days, but we started doing these live streams in 2017 or 2018, quite a long time ago, and back then our cameras were not as good and our internet connection was terrible, and it was amazing. There were still people jumping on to look for whales, and it's awesome. We really enjoy being able to get to do this, and you know, just looking at the videos from the last couple days, the one from Monday, even though we couldn't see much, we have had about 2,000 different viewers take a look at that and see what was going on. And yesterday's video, about 1,000 views so far too. So thank you again to all of you for helping us make this possible, and it's a lot of fun to be able to share this with you here virtually. And like I said a moment ago, we're excited to be able to share this with you all in person again if you can make it out here, hopefully. So yeah, stay tuned. There's a lot of really cool state park experience that will be coming hopefully in the near future about this building and some of our other most famous properties here all across the state. So very, very cool stuff. All right, well, let me go ahead and turn the microphone off and do another sweep with my binoculars, and hopefully we can spot something pretty soon. I'll go ahead and zoom out on this fishing boat for a little while, give us something to look for. Maybe we'll see a whale pop up behind it here too. That'd be lucky. So thanks again for being here, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit. Alright everybody, I'm not sure if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but I think we might have a little spout. I've kind of got the camera zoomed into where I think I saw it. It's not a very big animal, but maybe somebody can rewind just a little bit and see. It was a very faint little spout. It might have been a whale. It could actually be a sea lion or something making a big exhale back there too, but oh nope, there it is. Okay, so it's kind of top center of the screen, top kind of right. Let me try to get it right in the middle. Whatever it is, it's not very big, and it's making it very difficult to see. Try to adjust this a little bit, but there we go. There are whales out here. They are just being very shy so far. Okay, so there was another spout kind of in the top left. So there's a couple, maybe a couple different animals out here. Let's see if we can get a little better view of them here now. Just leave the camera right here. So these spouts are very faint today, and I hope that they're showing up on the camera for you all. The wind is kind of knocking them down already a little bit too, so not very tall. Where did you go? Well, a little bit of excitement anyway. We're only 25 minutes in. A few people say that they did see it. Okay, cool. So I'm not imagining things. It's been a long couple days of staring at the water. But okay, so they are here. That's good news. So at least one, possibly two different animals here. Kind of leave the camera right here at the 1 mile buoy for a minute, and I'm gonna do a sweep with my binoculars just a little bit to the south. So hang tight everybody, that's good. We've got a whale. Alright everybody, well I see some folks jumping on the stream here. So we do have some kind of a small whale. It's probably about a mile or so out in front of us. The spout from it is very small, very faint. I actually just got extremely lucky having the camera kind of pointed where we had it a moment ago and was able to kind of see it in the background. There's a couple different whale watching boats headed out right now, and I'm hopeful that they will spot it also and kind of help us track it a little bit. At first I thought it was kind of actually holding kind of stationary, and then I thought I saw it moving south, and I'm not certain exactly where it went, but keep our eyes open here, and I'm glad a few people sound like they spotted it as well, so good job everybody. So it's about 25 minutes in or so. I'll try to put a timestamp on this whale so that we can go back and look for it together. So that's awesome. Okay, so we're off to a decent start. We've got some activity here right out in front of us. That's what we hope for. So stay tuned. I will try to track it here and get it back on the camera. All right, everybody. Well, welcome back to Depot Bay and day 3 of the Oregon Spring Whale Watch Weeks. I'm Luke, Park Ranger, Oregon State Parks. And if you're just joining us, we did spot one whale about 25 minutes into today's live stream. So if you're just joining us and you have the ability, you can kind of like drag back in time to around the 24-25 minute mark. It's a very small spout. We were only able to see it just a couple times, and so I'm not certain what kind of whale that was, but you know, if I had to guess, it would be a smaller gray whale, or I don't know. That would be my only guess at this point, just getting to see a couple spouts like that. So with that, everybody has earned their official whale watch sticker. You are all now certified whale watchers, having spotted a whale. So hold that up in front of the camera here. There's our new one. There you go. So when you come and see us in person in the next few weeks or months, you can get one of those from us. You say, I earned it. I saw a whale on the live stream. So we'll kind of keep looking around. I was unable to locate that one again, but I will be watching kind of in the inner bay here, and hopefully get another chance to see that one, maybe even a little closer, a little better with the camera. There's definitely some whales moving by. All of the whale watching boats that I've watched go out the last little bit, they're now all congregated over to the north of us, about, I would guess, about 2.5 or 3 miles out. And again, just due to the fog today, yeah, I can't even really keep up with them. Where did they go? There's one. There's just these little kind of blobs out here, and I doubt that they're even really showing up on the camera. But let me kind of keep it pointed over here. Maybe we'll see some big spout come up. That would be ideal. So the whales are closer than they were yesterday, that's for sure. The one I was able to see from here yesterday was all the way back on the edge of the horizon. And so this is a much more kind of typical distance for what we expect to see a lot of our gray whales traveling at. You know, maybe a couple miles from shore here. And everyone is moving from our left to our right, from the south to the north, headed back up to Alaska. So I'm just going to leave the camera over here for another minute or so. I want to see if I can see anything on my monitors here, and hopefully some of it is able to come through on your screen as well. So we'll see what happens here. It's always exciting. Lots going on. Some sea lions on the buoys today, resting and playing. Some whales out far. Some kind of a whale in close. So that's good. We're off to a pretty good start. This is good. So, see a lot of folks joining us here now. Welcome wherever you're joining us from. Glad you can make it. Hope you're having a good day, and we'll be back here in a little bit. I'll try to get one of these whales on the camera again. Alright, whale watchers, this is Luke, Park Ranger here at Depot Bay Whale Center. It's about 11 o'clock, our local time, and if you're just joining us, we did spot one whale at about 25 minutes into the broadcast today. It was a small whale. We were only able to see it spout one or two times, and it was very faint, so okay start. It was good. It's a whale. We'll take it. We're still kind of on the watch here. It's kind of a gray, overcast day. The light isn't perfect, but it's all right. It's actually much better than I thought it was going to be, based on the weather forecast. So a few of the whale watch boats have been coming and going here. There's one coming back in now, one of these Zodiac style boats. These boats again have been going miles offshore, 2 or 3 miles out it looks like, and they are definitely having some success spotting a few of the whales way out there. We're just unable to see that far today, given the conditions. So that's good. It's, we know they're out there. We just need them to come a little bit closer. So thanks for everybody joining us. I was looking back through some of the comment threads here, and somebody was mentioning about that stream from a couple years ago when we had the orcas come through. Yeah, that was incredible. That was a couple years ago, 2020. Yeah, so that was a very exciting moment. I mean, I think that was it was the same time of year, kind of late March, and we were doing this exact thing, and all of a sudden a pod of killer whales came around the corner. That was exciting for sure. So yeah, we just never know. We kind of wait and watch and see what we can see. But yeah, so we're mainly watching, of course, for gray whales. But I remember that same time, a couple years ago, we had a big pod of humpbacks that we were able to watch offshore for several hours, kind of moving slowly by. And so humpbacks and orcas and gray whales and even some harbor porpoises, and you know, I've even spotted bottlenose dolphins from here. I didn't believe, I mean, I'd heard that they have been sighted on the Oregon coast before, but I was like, yeah, okay. But a funny story happened. So we actually had a group of school kids here at our facility that morning, and it was myself and Ranger Peter, and we were doing one of our kind of educational programs outside on our patio. And they were like 5th graders or 6th graders, kind of a rambunctious group of kids. And so usually we say, hey, you're going to have questions. Hold your questions till the end, please, so we can kind of get through our program here. And so we start talking, and right away this one kid, just like his hand shoots up. And it's like, hey, I see ya. Remember I asked you, hold your questions till the end, please. I'll get to you, I promise. And so we do our whole talk. It takes about 15 minutes or so, you know, with all our models and the baleen and, you know, all of our cool stuff. And so this poor kid the whole time has just been losing his mind, right? And so we find like, hey, what's your question? He's like, do you guys have dolphins here? And we said, well, I mean, technically we could. And he goes, what are those? And he points right behind us, you know, down into the ocean. And I am not kidding you, 15 feet from shore was a whole pod of bottlenose dolphins, like jumping and splashing, and it was just like, whoa, kid, just yell next time. It was so cool. And those kids, they were from Central Oregon, I want to say like the Bend or Lapine area, and a lot of them, it might have been their first time ever coming over to the coast, and then to see that, I mean, that's just incredible. But so since that time, I've always prefaced our school programs with, if you see something amazing, just yell, okay? Because it was really, really cool. But yeah, so later today, about 1 o'clock, I will pull out some of our other models and talk about some of the other whale species that we see here from Depot Bay and that are visible from all along the Oregon coast. And so, yeah, it's always exciting to kind of get to look out the windows and see who or what is swimming by on any given day. So then I saw another question about somebody's going to come visit us in April. Are there still going to be whales swimming by? Yes. And so this time of year, You know, these gray whales are migrating north along our coast, and really the migration, we start seeing the first ones swimming north in early March. And so March, April, May, and even into June, we will continue to see gray whales swimming north along the Oregon coast. You know, there's between 20 and 25,000 gray whales they estimate in the population, and not everyone leaves at the same time, and so they all kind of spread out, and there's a few different factors that kind of play into who swims by when, but long story short, yes, anytime between March and June, you will be able to watch some of these whales headed north towards Alaska or their summer feeding grounds. Once we hit June, we really kind of, we stop seeing a lot of our migrating whales, and we kind of switch gears into what people often refer to as the residents, or we see a lot more of the Pacific Coast feeding group, and those whales, those are the ones we get to watch all summer long. And so if you're able to make it over here anytime during the summer, June, July, August, September can be very good also. Even into early October, we will watch gray whales feeding, a lot of times right here in front of us, you know, less than a half a mile away sometimes, so that can be very exciting. I think the very fun thing about the migration is on a perfect day, you might see 15, 20 whales swim by, you know, in just a few hours, if all the variables are good, and that's exciting, seeing just that many animals swim by. You know, in the summer season, maybe you will only see 3 or 4 whales in a day, but they tend to be much closer, or moving around a little slower, and you get a good chance to get some photos of them, or a lot of our little parks, you know, along the Central Coast. You can pull over and have a picnic and be joined by a whale a lot of times. It's very, very fun. So if you do come over in the summer, that's actually one of the biggest mistakes we see when people are whale watching, is they've got these beautiful binoculars or high-powered cameras, and they're looking clear out to the edge of the horizon trying to find one of these animals, when oftentimes they're just a couple hundred feet from shore. And a lot of times if people just look down, you'll actually be surprised on how close they come to shore. A good example of that would be a park like Rocky Creek, which is just a little mile south of me here, and sometimes there will be whales literally 15 feet from shore, you know, like right there, and you hear them breathing, you smell their breath. It's not pleasant, spoiler alert, but it's so amazing to just be right there, kind of, you're in the same space as one of these amazing animals. So yeah, sorry, that's my long-winded answer of saying yes, you will have the good opportunity to see whales in April if you come by. So cool. So we've got lots of people jumping on here again. Welcome everybody. If you're just here, we did spot a whale, a little one, about 25 minutes into the broadcast today, so you can go back and look at that. Or after we're done streaming today, I'll try to go in and find it and put a little timestamp so we can find it more easily. But yeah, thanks again everybody for being here. Stay tuned. It's just a little bit after 11. We've got another 3 hours or so to go, and hopefully we'll see a few more whales. Well, hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Depot Bay. My name is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, and we are in the middle of day 3 of our Spring Whale Watch 2020. If you are just joining us, we did spot a whale earlier today, about 25 minutes or so into today's broadcast, so you can scroll back and try to see that. It was a very small whale, but we did see a couple spouts on camera, so that was good. We've got all the gulls and birds kind of flying circles around us here, squawking, and that usually means the bald eagles are out cruising around someplace, so I've kind of got my eye out for them too. They're always neat to see on the camera. But still just kind of waiting. Hopefully get another whale on camera here this afternoon at some point. We do have what looks like some rain moving in. I can see a big kind of front moving in. It looks like it's a couple, 3 miles out now, but it's going to slowly work this way. We're not supposed to get a lot of rain, but if it gets really thick, I guess you could say, it just makes it difficult for our cameras to see. But somebody asked, what kind of camera are we using? This one, we have a few different ones that we like to use. We have a couple Panasonics, and today I'm actually using, it's a Sony, it's a RX10. It's kind of a bridge camera, I guess you can say. It can see a long way, and it allows us to do some of this live streaming stuff here today too. So yeah, if you do want to get into some kind of nature photography or whale photography, there are endless options for sure. I know some people prefer what are called like super zoom cameras. I think there's one on the market now. It's a Nikon. It can see probably half the way across the Pacific Ocean. But yeah, there's a lot of options out there, but it is nice to have good equipment to be able to look out and see if you can. But the nice thing about whale watching is a lot of time you don't even need binoculars or cameras. You can often see them here just with your eye, but glad to be able to bring this to you here. So I see a couple other, I got Millie and Rowan and Yahats. Welcome back, you guys. Hope you two are having a good day. I know we've always got a few kids on the live stream looking for whales with us, so hope Millie and Rowan are having a great day. I think it's spring break for a lot of kids right now here in Oregon, so parents are probably looking for something to occupy some time, so we're happy to bring you some whale watching. Alright, well, we're going to continue to look for whales for the next few hours at 1 o'clock, so in about an hour and a half I will turn the cameras back here into the visitor center, and I'll do a quick education lesson about some of the different species of whales that we see. We have some awesome kind of models of these whales. We can look at what they look like, the colors, the shape, the sizes. Just kind of gives us a good understanding of what we are looking at, when sometimes all we see is a little spout, a little puff out in the water, and it's nice to kind of understand, what is that whale, what does it actually look like, what is it doing? So cool. Well, stay tuned, everybody. I'll kind of keep moving the camera around and take advantage of some of the sights and sounds that we can observe, and then as soon as I see a whale, don't you worry, I will get the camera right on it and we'll talk about whatever we can see. So thanks again for being here, everyone. If you want to learn about this visitor center or any of the other great state parks, be sure to check out our website. That's stateparks.oregon.gov, and you can navigate all around there. You can learn about day use facilities like this, visitor centers, interpretive centers all over the place, here on the coast or in the valley or on the east side. A lot of us are gearing up to reopen here or get ready for our summer season, so we're excited to see everybody in person. And yeah, go ahead and start making your summer plans if you want to go camping. I know a lot of folks, you got to get your reservations in now because the sites are going quick already for the whole summer. So alright, everybody, stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. Well, hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Depot Bay. My name's Luke, Park Ranger here at the Whale Watching Center. So it's just a couple minutes after noon here, our local time, and the rain has kind of moved in. If you're just jumping on the broadcast today, about 25 minutes into today's live stream, we did spot a little whale. There was a couple little spouts that we were able to see, but that was it. And so it was a small whale. It was we got lucky to see it, really. So since then, we've just kind of been waiting and watching. I haven't had any larger animals come in close. The whale watch tour boats have been going out again about 3 or so miles, and they have been having some success, it sounds like. But for us here on shore, it's been another slow whale day. It's still plenty to look at. We've got some kind of some birds, different crows, and looks like some oyster catchers have moved in, are starting to work the tide pools here a little bit, looking for their lunch as well. So just kind of watching and waiting. I'm looking at the weather radar, and for the next half hour or so, it looks like we're supposed to have a little bit of this mist, and then I'm not sure if it's gonna just stop raining or just kind of be foggy like this after that. But either way, we'll be here for a couple more hours today. Tomorrow and Friday, I think are going to be our best days in terms of weather and conditions and everything coming together. The ocean today, it is fairly calm, but we still have about 6 or 7 foot swells and occasional bigger ones. Just can add another layer of difficulty when you're looking for these spouts. And also, this wind is starting to kick up a little bit here now. But the next couple days looks like very calm wind and probably some sunshine, so that is exciting. That means our chances of seeing whales are hopefully pretty good. So in about an hour, I will turn the cameras back around into the visitor center here, and we'll talk about the whale species that we can see here along the Oregon coast. It's pretty amazing. So we'll show the models, we'll look at some baleen, some of the whales, the different kinds of teeth that they have, and just talk about some of the neat features and when and where we can kind of look for these animals here along our coast. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Hope you're enjoying the sights and sounds here live from Depot Bay. See, we have somebody join us here from Tennessee. I hope you're having a good time over there, and I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream here today. So stay tuned, everybody. I'm just going to leave the microphone off on my end for the next hour or so. Unless we see a whale, I'll be sure to jump back on. So it should just be some nice relaxing sounds and sights from Depot Bay. And then I'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll talk about some of the other whale species here. Thanks again for joining us, everybody, and we'll be back. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, coming to you live from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We're continuing our live stream here on day 3 of the Spring Whale Watch Week event here. And for the last hour, we just kind of let the sounds of the ocean do the talking here, and it's just a beautiful view. Even though we're not seeing very many whales, it's just nice to sit and relax and look and see what other things are happening around here. If you're just joining us, we did spot one whale earlier this morning. About 25 minutes into today's broadcast, we spotted a little whale right out next to that half-mile buoy, the red one closest to us. It was a small little whale. We only saw it appear a couple times and we didn't really even get a good look at it, but it was our first whale caught on camera this year, so that's always exciting. Now, we've watched a bunch of the whale watch tour boats coming and going, and I see Era has chimed in the chat that he just talked with one of his friends who's one of those captains, and I think, yeah, he says they're going out 3+ miles, and even the last time they didn't spot one. Even for these boat captains, going out in the fog and in the rain like this, it is tough to see a whale. A lot of times, you know, when I'm out on the water, I'll actually hear a whale before I see it. You'll hear the poof or the big spout, and that'll kind of let you know, hey, you're not the only one out here. And being out in the fog like this, it's a little different, that's for sure. And so these folks, I'm sure, are having fun either way. Here goes another boat out there right now to go see if they can get lucky and find one of these whales. So I see another couple questions here. How many gray whales are on the trip to Alaska? That's a good question. And so right now, the population estimate is somewhere around 20,000, maybe 25,000. It fluctuates. You know, populations do kind of go up and go down based on, you know, food availability and all of that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, that's a good question. Very common when we get here, but there are about 20,000 gray whales that make this annual migration between Mexico and Alaska every winter and early spring like this. So good question, Millie. And second part of that question, do whales have any names? That is another excellent question. And yeah, actually, so when scientists are doing research on a whale, a lot of times they'll photograph it or have a DNA sample from it, and they might have some kind of a, you know, scientific name, like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that can be a little bit boring. And so sometimes researchers or scientists or other people will give names to the animals that are a little more fun. And so here in Depot Bay, a lot of our summertime residents, or those PCFGs, the Pacific Coast Feeding Group whales, they do have names, and people have named them over the years. There's one researcher here in town who she's pretty famous for naming a lot of them. But they have fun names, and sometimes those names relate to a physical characteristic on their body, or maybe they're just for fun. And so one of the most famous gray whales that we have here in Depot Bay, her name is Scarback, and she has a big scar on her back, and it's very easy to see even just with your naked eye. And so that's good. And then there are other whales, you know, that they have fun names. Maybe they look like some kind of a star constellation. I can think of a whale named Milky Way. There's a little gray whale that we've had in Depot Bay for many years in the summertime. There's a lot of really fun names. There's another whale that comes to mind pretty easily. It's actually a humpback whale, and I believe he lives down around Australia and New Zealand. And the unique thing about this humpback whale is that it is an albino whale. It's actually pure white. It has no pigmentation in its skin, and that that happens in many different species of animals. But this humpback whale, his name is Migaloo, and if you just do like a Google search for Migaloo, you'll see this amazing animal. It's a pure white whale, a humpback whale. Obviously, there's other species of whales, belugas, that are also white, but to have a pure white humpback whale is extremely rare and beautiful. So, Millie, that is a great question. And so, for all the whale watchers out there today, we've had some really good questions. I want to make sure you get your official Whale Watch sticker. So here is your sticker. There you go. Pretty soon y'all can come and get one of these in person from our staff here. Pretty fun. What else? Oh, I see some other comments coming in. Jake asks, how close do they come to shore? So, Jake, we're going to talk about that in just a minute, actually. I'm going to bring the cameras inside. We'll talk about some different whale species. And depending on the species of whale, that actually helps us identify what we're seeing out there. But I'll just say it now, like the gray whales come the closest to shore. I have actually witnessed several gray whales come all the way up in between our seawall here in the harbor, like turning around underneath the Depot Bay Bridge. So in the summertime, gray whales are very, very close to shore. And so that can be very exciting when you have a 40-ton animal just literally feet away from you. It's pretty cool. And Nathan says, I heard of a white orca spotted in Washington. I remember that too. Now that you mention it, a couple years ago, I think there was an albino orca that was spotted up in Puget Sound. And so, yeah, it's cool. I mean, there's lots of whales out there. A lot of them do have some fun names. Helps people kind of connect with them and identify them here a little bit. So, yeah, great questions, everybody. So what I want to do now is let me go ahead and zoom on the camera all the way out, and I'll turn it into the visitor center here. And we'll do a quick little lesson about the types of whales that we see here in Depot Bay and what to kind of look for. Make sure my camera doesn't fall over here. And I'll show you a couple different examples of some of their biology, anatomy. It helps us identify them. So, again, hello everybody. I'm Luke, park ranger here at Depot Bay. So today we'll go over just a few of the most common species we see here, and then some of the extremely rare, extremely special event kind of whale sightings that we have. So again, here's my model of a gray whale. I'll hold it up nice and close here. So they have this kind of grayish color, some mottled grayish, blackish, whitish colors to them. This is going to be our most common whale. And again, this animal, I left my school bus over there. I tied to the camera now, sorry. So imagine that this is the size of a school bus, about 40 to 45 feet long, about 40 tons. And so this is what we're mainly watching for this time of year. These are the most common thing, swimming from south to north, from Mexico to Alaska. So we've got the full-size one here, and I've got my little baby, also my calf. So if this is the mother, again, 40 to 45 feet long, and then here would be her calf, about 15 feet long. And when these little baby whales are born, they're already 2,000 pounds. Just pretty big animals. One thing I did not mention in my last talk about these babies is because they're mammals, they drink milk, just like all mammals do. And these baby whales are drinking hundreds of gallons of milk per day. The milk is very rich in fat, and it's about, they estimate around 50%, maybe as high as 54% milk fat. If you think about going to the grocery store, a lot of people buy 1% or 2%, or whole milk if you are really into milk, but 54% fat is incredible. And these little gray whales, when they're first born, again, they do not have any blubber or insulation on their body, so they are drinking as much of that nutrients as they can to gain weight, to add insulation and fat to their body, so that when they arrive here in Oregon and Washington and British Columbia and Alaska, ultimately they have enough insulation to survive in these cold waters. So pretty amazing. So there we go, gray whales. #1 most common whale that we see here from Depot Bay on a year-round basis. Now the second most, before I go to the second one, let's talk about where to look for them. So again, right now we're looking around 1 mile to 3 miles offshore as they're on this migration. Now while they're traveling on this migration, they're not feeding a whole lot. And so they're really just swimming by. But in the summertime, when it's going to be the most easy time of year to spot them, these whales will be very close to shore, to get to your question. So they feed here in Depot Bay around our kelp beds. And so as we look out our windows and we see these beautiful waves today, underwater there's these rocky reefs. And in those reefs is lots of kelp and other seaweeds. And hiding in that in the summertime is a tiny little zooplankton. It's called a mysid shrimp. And that is the primary food source for these gray whales in the summer here along the Central Oregon coast. Those reefs typically happen very close to shore. And so the whales come very close to shore to take advantage of that food source. So if you go whale watching in the summer and you see a whale very close to shore, most likely it will be a gray whale. Okay, moving on to the second most common whale that we see here in Oregon would be probably the humpback whale. Now, this time of year, most of the humpbacks that we would see are over in Hawaii. There are some that go to Mexico as well, but the majority of humpbacks like you see on television and stuff, they go to Hawaii this time of year. Again, it's to do the same thing as the gray whales, which go to Mexico. These whales seek out warm water to give birth to their young in. Same exact reasons as before. When those baby humpbacks are born, they need to be in warm water to survive. It's a nice warm area. It's like a nursery. They can drink milk from their mother, get bigger, stronger, and then make the migration north, either to Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, wherever they're going to spend the summer to find food. So humpbacks are what we would kind of think of as a pod-oriented whale, where gray whales are typically more solitary most of the year. The gray whales do get together for breeding, of course, but the rest of the year they're really mostly independent. We might see 2s or 3s occasionally, but they probably aren't really like working together necessarily. They just happen to be in the same place at the same time. Humpback whales, on the other hand, they do work together. They are usually chasing fish or krill or some kind of a prey that is a little smarter than a tiny little shrimp. And so they do work together and they communicate quite a bit. You see those beautiful images on television or online of whales working together, doing bubble netting or big like fin slaps, all that kind of stuff. The thought is that they're communicating and working together to capture their prey so that they can be more successful. And so what I watch for, or how I know that we're probably seeing humpbacks before we get a good look at them, is if I see multiple spouts happening at the same time and about the same location. Typically these whales will all come up at about the same time and breathe, and so you'll see like spouts all over the place, and then they'll all dive, and then they'll all come back and spout again. Just that kind of synchronized breathing is very common, that at least in my experience when I'm looking out here at humpback whales. The other thing about humpback whales is a lot of times they will let you know they're around. Somebody will jump or do a breach. We'll see some big pectoral fin slaps or maybe some tail slaps on the water. Typically, if there's a humpback around, it lets you know. I have some amazing footage one of our park rangers took from up at Cape Foulweather, which is just a couple miles south of where we are right now. And she captured this humpback whale all by itself feeding, which is cool. They do that too. And all of a sudden we've got the camera on it and we just happen to be recording, and this humpback whale just comes out and does like the most beautiful pirouette out of the water, and she captures it on video 3 or 4 times. We show that here in our visitor center. It's just amazing. And again, so humpback whales will probably be the second most common whale species that we see. And now all my models are going to be scale. So if we've got our gray whale here, here's our humpback. You can see they're very similar in length. Maybe this one's a little bit longer, but humpbacks usually weigh a little bit more. They're a little rounder in the midsection there. Just a little different piece of their anatomy. Humpbacks actually get their name from their dive. They always, well, not always, but usually will hump their back and arch it out of the water before they do a deep dive. So that kind of leads us to how close do these whales come to shore. So the gray whales are the closest. Sometimes they'll be feeding right here in front of us, which is maybe only 10 feet deep sometimes. Humpback whales, if you're this long, 45, 50 feet long maybe, and you're known for humping your back and diving deep, you're probably not going to do that in 10 feet of water. You'd be sticking out of the water quite a bit. Humpbacks, we typically see feeding offshore further. We're talking maybe that 2 or 3 or further many miles away from shore. And so a lot of fishermen here along the Oregon coast, especially out of Newport, when they go out to a place called the Rock Pile or other various fishing grounds, they will a lot of times see humpbacks out there feeding. It's 400, 500, 600, 800 feet deep in a lot of those locations, and very good feeding locations for humpback whales. So there's the number 2 whale species that we see. Trying to jump off the table here. The third most common species that we see would be these guys, the killer whales, or the orcas. And if you were with us a couple years ago when we did that live stream, we were so lucky we got to watch a bunch of these guys. Come on, focus. There we go. So orcas have teeth in their mouth, and they are very easy to spot, you know, when they're out there, black and white colors. Nice big tall dorsal fin. Again, orcas are usually a pod-oriented whale species. They're working together. So if you see one, there's probably more orcas around. We do see solo orcas occasionally. Usually it's a male that's been kind of kicked out of their pod. It's like, go find your own pod at this point. It's like a teenage boy. Everybody just kicks them out, right? But a lot of times when we see females, they'll be a lot together with young, and maybe one big bull male with that pod. And so we actually see a couple different groups of orcas here throughout the year. Number 1, the most common would be known as transient orcas. They're also called Biggs orcas. And they cruise the coastline from Alaska to Mexico, and they're usually hunting other marine mammals, so seals or sea lions or other small whale species. And those ones are doing very well. There's actually lots and lots of transient orcas out there. There's lots of prey for them, lots of seals and sea lions and other things that they're typically chasing. That's actually who we saw in the live stream a couple years ago. During that broadcast, I mistakenly said that they were the other kind of whales, the other kind of orcas, but they were not. So that other kind of whales is known, mostly people used to call them like the Seattle orcas or the Puget Sound orcas, but they don't actually just live there. They spend a lot of time in Puget Sound, the Sailor Sea. They actually cruise by us a couple times a year, and those orcas are typically chasing salmon. And so that whole group of orcas, which I'm spacing on the name right now, I apologize for that. That group of orcas, typically that's all they eat is Chinook salmon. That's their primary food source. So if you are from the Northwest, you know that our Chinook salmon populations are not as healthy as they once were, and so those groups of orcas are actually suffering a little bit right now. Those are the ones you hear about in the news as they're down to, I think, around 70 different animals now, so it's a pretty low population number for that group. So cool. So those would be kind of the third most common type of whale that we would see here along the Oregon coast. And again, they range all over. You could see one on any part of the Oregon coast. They are known to swim up a lot of our coastal estuaries. They'll swim up the Yaquina River here in Newport. They swim up the Siuslaw River in Florence. I know every year it seems that there's a pod of orcas that will swim underneath the Florence Bridge, the Siuslaw Bridge. And it's just amazing that they'll come up there. They're hunting, they're looking for food. And so they'll go and check some places out. So, Era, I know you're on here. Can you help me out with the name of the orcas I am spacing on right now? It'll come to me, I'm sure, as soon as we're done. So I want to talk about a couple of the super rare but definitely possible whale species that you could see if you are here at the Oregon coast. So believe it or not, we do have sperm whales here on the Oregon coast. Again, they're typically out quite a ways. We do have some sperm whales sighted every year by some either whale tour boats like we have here in Depot Bay or some fishermen offshore. We'll see some amazing photos or videos of these animals feeding offshore. Pretty cool. We have a lot of kind of solo sperm whales also, or kind of bachelors that are just out wandering the open ocean. Again, these animals are usually feeding on squid of some kind, and those are found in deep, deep, deep water. And so these animals are typically found miles and miles away from shore. Actually, saying that now, 3 years ago, we did have a juvenile sperm whale wash up on Beverly Beach, just about 10 miles south of where I am right now. It had deceased. It was deceased, but it was a juvenile sperm whale, and the scientists were able to come out and kind of take some samples and learn about it. But really cool to see one of those in person. And you could actually see the scars on its head from when it had been attacked, or it was attacking a giant squid and a squid had attacked back. So, I mean, you hear about that and you read about that, but to see one in real life, it was just amazing. So, you see if Era's in there. Era says the southern residents. Cool. I'm thinking there's a different acronym for those orcas. I can't remember it right off the top of my head. I wish Colleen was on here today. She would have us corrected in no time. So, cool. Thanks, Era. The last whale species I wanted to share with all of you, I feel very fortunate to have been able to find one of these models. This is a blue whale, and we do have blue whales sighted along the Oregon coast. It seems to be every year. And so blue whales, they are the largest animal that has ever been on the planet. And a couple years ago for sure, I didn't hear about any last year, but there was 2 blue whales feeding off of Boiler Bay, which is 1 mile north of us. And those 2 whales were sighted here, and then as they traveled south towards Newport for a few days. And so extremely rare, but it happens. And it seems to be every 2 or 3 years there'll be some feeding right here in Depot Bay or close. And so remember when I told you all of my whale models are scale. And so that's true for this one also. So here's our gray whale, our normal whale that we see. Remember, this is about the size of a school bus. Now here it is compared to that blue whale. Doesn't that just kind of blow your mind to think about how big one of these animals really is? And so again, a gray whale is about 40 feet long. If we turn our blue whale's tail sideways, that tail alone is almost 30 feet wide. It's just amazing. And so typically blue whales would be feeding far, far offshore. But again, if there's food close to shore, they're going to come and try to take advantage of that. And so when you are watching out over the ocean and you see a spout, but it looks way bigger than anything you've typically seen, try to get some pictures of it, because it very well could be one of these amazing giants swimming around out here. So very cool. So that was just a really quick kind of what could you see while you're visiting the Oregon coast. And again, all these models will be on display here in our visitor center when we reopen in just a few more weeks. So let me take a quick look at the chat here. I'll get the camera pointed back out there at the ocean. And it is now about 1:25, so about another 35 minutes or so today of streaming, and then we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. So let me know if you have any questions or comments in the chat, and I'll try to get those answered here before the end of the day. So thank you again so much, everybody, for being here. It is so much fun to do this. And think whale, right? All right, let's get back out there and see what we can see. Okay, taking a look at the chat here. Let's see what we've got. So Jake asked how close do they come to the shore? I think we answered that. Let's see. Yeah, Nathan says when he was here a few years ago, there were some whales very close to shore. Nathan, what month is your birthday in, if I can ask? That would kind of help indicate, you know, what group of whales that you were able to see. Jake says, do gray whales and humpbacks ever come in contact with each other? Or do they typically steer clear of each other? Great question. Typically, they're in kind of different places in the ocean. Again, it's part of it is to do because some of them are way out in the deep water looking for their food, you know, those humpbacks. And the gray whales are typically much closer to shore, feeding on zooplankton here in our coastal shallow waters. But occasionally we do see humpbacks in this bay also. There's one that was spotted several years in a row, and it was a juvenile humpback, and it was actually feeding right here in the bay, right alongside gray whales. And so a lot of times, again, it's all about, is there enough food here for it to be worth my time? And so if you're a humpback whale and you happen to end up in Depot Bay and there is a giant bloom of these zooplankton, yeah, you might hang out and eat a little bit of it or a lot of bit of it if you can capture it. It really is all about resources and is this worth the effort to try to capture it? So good question. But humpbacks and gray whales, they don't like fight each other when they see each other or anything like that. That's a good question. And then thanks, Era. Southern residents composed of J, K, and L pods. Yep, those are who I was thinking of. Those are the kind of Seattle, I shouldn't say that, the Puget Sound and Salish Sea based orca pods that typically just eat Chinook salmon, or that's the majority of their diet. And then Jake also asked, maybe you also said this, but how large do blue whales get? Yeah, I'm sorry I did not exactly spell it out. A blue whale could be over 100 feet long, maybe even 110 feet long, and weigh over 100 tons. So 200,000 pounds, over 100 feet long. That's just an incredible animal. And to think, again, it's the biggest animal that has ever been on planet Earth. It's bigger than any dinosaur that ever was out there. It's just truly amazing to get to see that. So I have not been lucky enough to see one of those. They just seem to appear when I am not around. So yeah, someday it's going to happen. I'll get a chance to see one of those. So Nathan says, my birthday is in August. Yep, for sure. August is a great time. Those whales here along the Oregon coast are feeding. That's like the only thing on their mind. And so a lot of times they're right next to shore taking advantage of those mysid shrimp or other kind of zooplankton blooms. So cool. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you were able to learn something there. And again, I hope to see everybody over here at the Visitor Center over the next few months or in the future. So yeah, I'll go ahead and turn my microphone off for a while, and we'll just kind of watch out here. I see another whale watching boat coming back from out in the fog, and we'll let the camera go for about another 30 minutes or so. Thanks again, everybody. If you want to learn exactly how to get here, or you want to learn about this park or the other great state parks in the Oregon State Park system, be sure to check out that website, stateparks.oregon.gov. And I know that myself and all the other park rangers will be happy to welcome you into our areas and teach you what we can and help you kind of plan the next steps in your journey and your visit out here. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in about 30 minutes or so. Hey again everybody, it's Luke, Whale Watch Center Ranger for the day. Sorry about all the bird noise. There was a big bald eagle kind of flew over town here, and that usually scares most of the other birds. I was looking at that little oyster catcher down there, that little black bird with the orange beak, just doing a little afternoon grazing. It's kind of funny, you know, a while ago I had those crows in front of us and we were watching, and they're very smart, but they're just not exactly suited for that tide pool or intertidal zone kind of environment. And they just seem a little clunky down there, kind of shaking shells and stuff. But these oyster catchers, you know, they use that beak of theirs. It's almost like a little surgical instrument. You know, you see them kind of move it around in between all the muscles and just pull out exactly what they want to eat. Pretty amazing, you know, those kinds of adaptations. And yep, they are exactly where they should be and doing exactly what they should be doing. So I see a few questions came in. Let's see, there was one about blue whales and if they are endangered. I'm sorry, I kind of lost it here. Who asked that? Charlene, are blue whales considered endangered? Short answer, yes, they are. They were, their population was really lowered when whaling was big business, you know, if we go back in time a few hundred years ago. So yes, they are endangered. The good news is a lot of the latest research is suggesting that their population is increasing, which is good. So endangered, yes, but maybe, hopefully doing a little bit better than they were. Blue whales are extremely difficult to do research on, partially because there's not very many, and the other part of that being that they often are thousands of miles away from shore out in the middle of the ocean. And it can be very difficult to find one to study. But actually I know there's a researcher here in Newport who goes down to New Zealand and Australia every year, and her team do some research on the blue whales in that part of the world. So yeah, pretty cool. Let's see what else. Jake asks, are there any risks when going on a boat to watch whales? I mean, no, not really. I mean, yes, there are always risks when you go outside and do something, but in terms of accidents related to whale watching, I have to say that I have not heard of any here in Oregon. It would be extremely rare. There are some pretty strict rules about how close a boat can approach a whale, and the captains here understand that it would be not good press if something were to happen, if some kind of an incident were to occur. So they are all so good here in Depot Bay, give the whales lots of space and kind of ensure the safety of not only their passengers but of the whales that they are watching. So good question. If you have the opportunity to go out on a boat, it can be amazing. And I think people have alluded to it. Maybe seasickness would be your biggest hazard. And so maybe watch the weather forecast and pick a nice calm day to go out for your first time. In the summertime, we do have so many folks from all over the country and all over the world come here. And sometimes we'll have a family from the Midwest someplace, and they're gonna go whale watching, and they go out there and they weren't quite ready for what the Pacific Ocean had to offer. And so be sure and just watch that weather forecast. But all summer long, the ocean is typically pretty calm, and it can provide for just some amazing memories that you literally will never forget, you know, being out on the water and sharing time with an animal as amazing as a whale, kind of in their environment. It's truly, it usually is something that folks remember for a very long time. See what else we got here. Yep, Era says, hey, all the boats go through some very rigorous inspections. That is so true. Yep. Yeah, well, I've had the opportunity to go out with several different captains out of here, sometimes on those larger boats and a couple times on those smaller boats too. and it is a lot of fun to get the different perspective on being just out on the water. So whatever you're the most comfortable with, I highly encourage you to make it happen at some point if you can. So, all right, so it looks pretty good. Looks like we got most of the questions answered here for today. We've got about 10 more minutes or so. Looks like 14 more minutes or so of today's scheduled stream. So let me know if you have any last minute burning questions about today. I'll give you a little preview of what's coming. Tomorrow, we are going to have another guest speaker on. If you were with us yesterday, we had Renee from the Hatfield Marine Science Center, which is a Oregon State University kind of led campus and facility. Tomorrow, I'm going to have Trish on. She is from the Marine Life Center down in Charleston, Oregon, which is actually the University of Oregon's research campus. And she's going to come on and we're going to talk about their visitor center there, some of the cool stuff that they've got going on, and just give a chance for you all to meet her, learn about her facility, and it's awesome. I have been able to get in there a couple times. It is so cool. I'm not going to spoil anything, but tune in tomorrow for sure, about 11 o'clock, and I will have her on with us, and we'll talk all about the Marine Life Center down in Charleston, Oregon. And then I'm still working with a couple folks from my agency, from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. We are celebrating our centennial anniversary this year, our 100th year birthday. And so on Friday, I'm going to try to have somebody on to talk about a little bit some of the fun events that State Parks is doing this year. So no matter where you live in Oregon, there's going to be some fun stuff going on this year as we celebrate this pretty special anniversary, and we all hope that you can join us at some of those events as the year goes on. So I think our official birthday, I'm doing air quotes, you can't see me, our official birthday, it was on Valentine's Day, I'm going to say February 14th, but all year long we are celebrating this awesome anniversary. And again, none of it would be possible without you. So thank you to Oregonians and to our visitors and to all of the people who have supported state parks over the last 100 years. It's kind of fun to say that. Thank you, because it really is only possible because of you, because of the way that Oregonians care for our outdoor spaces and our public lands. And we really are excited for what the next 100 years holds. So. All right, I'm going to be done talking for now. I'll be back in about 10 minutes to wrap up for today, and then we'll go from there. Thanks again, everybody, and we'll be back in a little bit. everybody. Well, welcome back to Depot Bay one more time here for today. My name is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. Thank you so much for joining us for the last few hours as we have been watching for gray whales as they migrate along the Oregon coast. We were able to spot one whale today. It was about 25 minutes or so into the broadcast. I will try to go back here pretty soon and put a timestamp on that so that you can go right back to that time and hopefully see it. It appeared to be a very small whale. We only saw a couple spouts from it, and it was kind of in the fog like this. So it's not the easiest whale to spot, but it was a whale. So our grand total for the week, 1.5. I saw half a whale yesterday. So again, thank you so much for being here. We will be back live tomorrow at 10 a.m. from 10 until 2. And the weather forecast looks very good. So over the next couple days, I hope that we can add a few more whales to our total for this year. But either way, it was a beautiful day. Spent some time looking at the ocean, enjoying the beautiful sounds these waves are making here. And watching these boats kind of come and go. So again, for the last time, if you want to learn more about this visitor center, please check out our website. You can find us at the main Oregon State Parks website. That's stateparks.oregon.gov. And you can find us under the Things to Do tab. And there's a whole section dedicated to whale watching, teach about this visitor center. And it also has a great map there about all of some recommended places that if maybe you're in Brookings, for example, there's a map of some great locations around Brookings you could go look from, or up by Manzanita, same thing. Anyway, there's a great map with lots of locations that are good places to go look for whales from this time of year. So awesome. Well, thanks as always, and appreciate everybody's participation in the chat today and some great questions. And I hope you enjoyed that little lesson today too about the whales that we can see and do see from here in Depot Bay. So, all right, well, until next time, which is tomorrow at 10 a.m., everybody have a great afternoon and evening, and we'll see you then. Take care, happy whale watching, and bye for now.